Не понял. Окей, всем привет. Продолжаем мы с формами. Я уже задолбался их учить. Это еще не конец. Read and follow along to the Internet English Hard Guide to Forms. Interneting is hard. A friendly web development tutorial for capturing user input. HTML form elements lets you collect input from... Привет, привет. Чё уже, наслаждаешься фронтендом? Input from your website's visitors, mailing lists, contact forms, and blog post comments and common examples for small websites. But in organizations that rely on their website for revenue, forms are sacred and revered. Mailing lists, contact forms, and blog post comments are common examples for small websites. But in organizations that rely on their website for revenue, forms are sacred and revered. Почитаем. Revered. Drop down new text area checkboxes, but понял. Так, сделай-ка вот так вот. Нет, у меня соседи весь день сверлят, я решил вместо верстки заняться поисками киллера. Что за киллер? Не понял. Понял, все. Жестко. Forms are the money pages. Киллер это добрый. Я понял. Понял. Блин. А мне еще с этими формами мучиться и мучиться. Что мне они уже надоели. Forms are the money pages. They how e-commerce sites sell their products, how SaaS companies collect payment for their service, and how non-profit groups raise money online. Many companies measure the success of their website by the effectiveness of its forms because they answer questions like how many leads did our website send to our sales team and how many people signed up for our product last week. This often means that forms are subjected to endless A/B tests and optimizations. Front-end HTML CSS form processing, backend server. There are two aspects of a functional HTML form: the front-end user interface and the backend server. The former is the appearance of the form as defined by HTML and CSS, while the later is the code that processes it, storing data in database, sending an email, etc. We'll be focusing entirely on the front end this chapter, leaving backend for processing for a future tutorial. set up. Unfortunately, there are really no getting around that fact that styling forms is hard. It's always a good idea to have mockup representing the exact page you want to build before you start coding it up, but this is particularly true for forms. So here's the example we'll be creating in this chapter. Mobile, tablet, desktop. Name, email, type of talk, t-shirt size. Понял. As you can see, this is a speaker submission for a fake conference. It hosts a pretty good selection of HTML forms elements, various type of text fields, a group of radio. Окей, давай. Buttons, a drop-down menu, a checkbox, and a submit button. Create a new atom project called forms and stick a new HTML file in it called speaker submission HTML. For starters, let's add the markup for the header. Semantic HTML. Чё? Так, head. Body header. Так. Next, create a style CSS file and add following CSS. It uses a simple flexbox technique to center the header and form no matter how wide the browser window is. Как оно сейчас выглядит? Не, как мне выключить для этого сайта? А, так вот. Так. Box sizing. Body. Background color. Font family. Font size. Line height. Display flex. Column. Align item center. Speaker. Form header. Text align center. Background color. Border. With height padding. Понял. Ой. Так, окей. I notice that we're adhering to the mobile first development approach that we discussed in the responsive design chapter. This base CSS should give us our mobile layout and provide the foundation for the desktop layout too. We'll create the media query for a fixed width desktop layout later in the chapter. Okay. HTML forms. Onto forms. Every HTML form begins with a aptly named метка. Named for element. It accepts a number of attributes, but the most important ones are action and method. I go ahead and add an empty form to our HTML document right under the header. The action attribute defines a URL that processes the form. It's where the input collected by the form is sent when the user clicks the submit button. This is typically a special URL defined by your web server that knows how to process the data. Common backend technologies for processing form includes Node.js, PHP, and Ruby on Rails, but again, we'll be focusing on the front end in this chapter. Mhm. The method attribute can be either post or get, both of which define how the form is submitted to the backend server. This largely depends on how your web server wants to handle the form, but the general rule of thumb is to use post when you are changing data on the server, reserving get for when you are only getting data. By leaving the action attribute blank, we are telling the form to submit to the same URL combined with a get method. This will let us inspect the content of the form. Styling forms. Of course, we are looking at an empty form right now, but that doesn't mean we can't add some style to it. We can some styles to it like we would a container div. This will turn it into a box that matches our header element. Okay. Text input fields. To actually collect user input, we need a new tool, the input element. The input element, insert the following into our form to create a text field. Form row, label for full name, input ID full name full. First, we have a container div to help with styling. This is pretty common for separating input elements. Second, we have a label, which you can think of as another semantic HTML element, like article or thick caption. But for form labels, a label's for attribute must match the ID attribute of its associated input element. Third, the input element creates a text field. It is a little different from other elements we encountered because it can dramatically change appearance depending on its type attribute, but it always creates some kind of interactive user input. We will see other values besides text throughout the chapter. Remember that ID selectors are bad. The ID attribute here is only for connecting it to a label element. Не понял, почему плохие. Input. Conceptually, the input element represents a variable that gets sent to the backend server. The name attribute defines the name of its variable, and the value is whatever the user entered in the text field. Note that you can pre-populate this value by adding a value attribute to an input element. Um, Alternative to class selectors, they work pretty much the same way, except you can only have one value with the same ID per page, which means you can't reuse styles at all. Instead of a class attribute, they require an ID attribute on whatever HTML element you're trying to select. Try adding one to our second button. The corresponding CSS selector must begin with a tag. The problem is that if you want to share this style with another button, we would have to give it another unique ID attribute. Pretty soon our CSS would start to look pretty gnarly. Gnarly. For this reason, ID selectors are generally frowned upon. Use class selectors instead. Styling text input fields. An input element can be styled like any other HTML element. Let's add some CSS to style CSS to pretty up a bit. This makes use of all the concepts from the Hello CSS box chapters. Form row. A margin button 40, display flags, flex start, flex direction column, flex wrap. Form row. Input type text. Background color, border radius, width, padding, font size. Это пока все понятно. Пока не сложно. Font size, все в пикселях. The input type text part is new. Type of CSS selector codes and attribute selectors only matches input elements that have a type attribute equal to text. This lets us specifically target the fields opposed to radial buttons, which are defined by the same HTML element. Input type ready. You can read more about attribute selectors. All first styles are namespaced in a dot form row descendant selector. Isolating input and label styles like this make it easier to create different kind of forms. We'll see why it's convenient to avoid global input text and label selectors once we get to radio buttons. Finally, let's tweak these base styles to create our desktop layout. Add the following media query to the end of your style sheet. Speakers form row. Flex direction row. Align items. Well, минимальная ширина 700. Check out that awesome use of flex direction property to make label appear on top of its input element in the mobile layout, but to the left of its desktop layout. Так, и что меняется? Мгм. Align items, flex start. Мгм. Form row. О, вот это. Form row, вот оно. Окей. Email input fields. The input element type attribute also lets you basic input validation. For example, let's try adding another input element that only accepts email addresses instead of arbitrary text value. Form row label for email inputs email type in placeholder. Text input accept, it automatically checks that the user entered an email address. In Firefox, you can try typing something that's not an email address, then clicking outside of the field to make it lose focus and validate its input. It should turn a red to show the user that's incorrect values. Chrome and Safari don't attempt to validate until user tries to submit the form. So we'll see this in action later in this chapter. This is more than just validation though. By telling browsers that we are looking for an email address, they can provide a more intuitive user experience. For instance, when the smartphone browser sees this type email attribute, it gives the user a special email specific keyboard with an easily accessible as character. Also notice a new placeholder attribute that lets you display some default text when the input element is empty. This is a nice little UX technique to prompt the user to input their own value. There's a bunch of other built-in validation options beside email addresses, which you can read about on MDN's input reference. Of particular interest are the required min length, max lengths, and pattern attributes. Uh-huh. Well, styling meant email input fields. We want our email field to match our text field from the previous section, so let's add another attribute selector to the existing input type text like so. Change this rule. Input type text. Okay. Again, we want to use a plain old input type selectors here because that would style all of our input elements, including our campaign radio buttons and checkboxes. Checkbox. This is part of what makes styling forms tricky. Understanding the CSS to plug out exactly the elements you want is a crucial skill. Let's not forget about our desktop styles. Update the corresponding input type text rule in our media query to match the following. Note that we are preparing for the next few sections with these select and text area selectors. Блин, где оно? Text area. Since we can now have a right and the wrong input value, we should probably convey that to user. The invalid pseudo classes let us style these states independently. For example, maybe we want to render both the border and the text with a custom shade of red when the user enter it an unacceptable value. Add the following rule to our style sheet outside of the media query. To our style sheet outside of the media query. Uh, invalid. Invalid. А как текст может быть invalid? Until we include a submit button, you'll only be able to use this in Firefox, but you can get the idea. There's a similar pseudo class called focus that selects the element the user is currently filling out. This gives you a lot of control over the appearance of your forms. Radio buttons. Changing the type property of the input element to radio transforms into radio button. Radio buttons are a little more complex to work with as in text fields because they always operate in groups, allowing the user to choose one out of many predefined options. Field set legend, put type radio label. This means that we not only need a label for each input element, but also a way to group radio buttons. This means that we not only need a label for each input element, but also a way to group radio buttons a label to entire group. This is what the field set and legend elements are for. Every radio button group you create should be wrapped in a field set which is labeled with a legend associated with a label element with each radio button. Use the same name attribute for each radio button in the group. Use different value attributes for each radio button. Our radio buttons example has all of these components. Add the following to our form element. Underneath are the email field. Field set, legend type of talk, input, ID talk type 1, name talk type radio, value main stage. Дальше у нас label for talk type 1, input, value workshop. Окей, это понятно. Так, это мы сюда вставляем. И выглядит оно отстойно. Unlike text fields, the user can't enter custom values into radio buttons. Like text fields, user can't enter custom values into radio button, which is why each of one of them needs an explicit value attribute. These are values that will get sent to the server when the user submits the form. It's also very important that each radio button has the same name attribute, otherwise the form wouldn't know they were put of the same group. We also introduced a new attribute called checked. This is a boolean attribute, meaning that it never takes a value. It either exists or doesn't exist on an input element. If it does exist on either a radio button or a checkbox element, that element will be selected checked by default. Это понятно. Styling radio buttons. We have a few things working against us with when it comes to styling radio buttons. First, there's simply more elements to worry about. Second, the field set and the legend elements have rather ugly default styles, and there's not a whole lot of consistency in these defaults across browsers. Third, at the time of this writing, field set doesn't support Flexbox. But don't fret. Раздражение. This is a good example of floats being a useful fallback for legacy troublesome elements. Float left. Понял. You will notice that we didn't wrap the radio buttons in our existing form row class, opting instead for a new legacy form row class. This is because it's going to be completely separate from our other elements, using floats instead of flexbox. Mobile layout. Так. Display block. Float left. Float left. Все float left. Float left. Понял. Start with the mobile and tablet styles by adding the following rules outside of our media query. We want to get rid of the default field sets and legend styles. Then float the radio buttons and labels so they appear in one line underneath the legend. Legacy form row. Border now, margin bottom 40 pixels. Так, legacy form row. Border none, margin bottom 40 pixels. Понятно. Legacy form row legend. Margin bottom 15 pixels. Legacy form row radio label. Display block. Radio label. Radio label. Вот. Display block. Font size 14 pixels. Padding. Input. Понял. Не понял. Это label. Input margin top. Legacy form row. Ты который radio label. Float left. For the desktop layout, we need to make the legend line up with the label. Elements in the previous sections. Hence, the width 120 pixels line, and we need to float everything to the left, though they appear on the same line. Update our media query to include the following. Legacy form row margin button 10 pixels. Так, legend with text to line right, padding right 20 pixels. Um, Legend, да. А здесь Legend у нас. As far as layout go, this is pretty good cross-browser solution. However, customizing the appearance of the actual buttons is another story. It's possible by taking advantage of the checked attribute, but it's a little bit complicated. We'll leave you to Google custom radio button CSS and explore that rabbit hole on your own. А ну-ка. Окей, понял. Select elements drop-down menus. Drop-down menus offer an alternative radio buttons as they let the user select one out of many options. The select element represents the drop-down menu, and it contains a bunch of options elements that represents each item. Class form row label. T-shirt size select ID T-shirt name T-shirt option value. Elements we have name and value attributes and get that gets passed to the backend server, but instead of being defined on a single element, they appeared across the select and option elements. Так, куда я хоть вставил это? Куда вставил? Вот так вот. styling select elements. And also, just like our radio buttons, select elements are notoriously hard to style. However, there is a reason for these dropdowns, a complex piece of interactivity, and their behavior changes significantly across devices. For instance, on iPhone, clicking a select element bring up a native scrolling UI component that make it much easier to navigate the menu. Oh, option is usually. Давайте посмотрим, как это выглядит на самом деле. Ой. Чего себе. Nice. It's usually a good idea to let the browser device determine the best way to preset a select element, so we will be keeping our CSS pretty simple. Unfortunately, even the simplest things are surprisingly hard. For instance, try changing the font size of the select element. Work in Chrome and or Safari. Form row select with padding. But in Chrome or Safari to sort of fix this, we can use a vendor specific prefix for the appearance property. Select with font size, WebKit appearance none. Okay. Да нет, работает, чё? Работает и без той штуки. Okay. The WebKit prefix will only apply to Chrome and Safari, which are powered by the WebKit rendering engine, while Firefox will remain unaffected. This is effectively a hack, and even MDN says not to use this CSS property. Property is used to control native appearance of UI controls that are based on operating system's theme. Before standardization, the property allowed simple elements to be shown as widgets, such as buttons or checked boxes. It was considered a misfeature, and before standardization, this property allowed simple elements to be shown as widgets, such as buttons, checkboxes. It was considered a misfeature, and authors are encouraged to use only standard keywords now. If you wish to use this property on websites, you should test it very carefully. Although it's supported in most modern browsers, its implementation varies. In older browsers, even the keyword node does not have the same effect on all form elements across different browsers, and some do not support it all. The differences are smaller in the newest browser. Man list button. Что это такое? А, Style difficulties like this are a serious consideration when building a form. If you need custom styles, you may be better off using radial buttons or JavaScript UI widgets. Bootstrap drawdowns and jQuery submenus are a common JavaScript solution for customizing select menus. In any case, at least you now understand the problem. You can read more about select issues here. Ёлы-па- ёлы-ой, ничего себе. Ладно. Text areas. The text area element creates a multi-line text field designed to collect large amount of text from the user. There's suitable for things like biographies, essays, and comments. Go ahead and add a text area to our form along with a little piece of instructional text. Так, что здесь? Так, label for abstract, text area ID abstract, name abstract. And note that this isn't self-closing like the inputs element, so you always need a closing text area. Tag, if you want to add any default text, it needs to go inside the tags opposite to value attribute. Okay. Styling text areas. Fortunately, styling text areas is pretty straightforward. Add the following to our style CSS file before the media query. Form row text area, font family, font size, border radius, min height, margin bottom, padding, resize none, form row instructions, color, font size, margin bottom. By default, many browsers let the user resize text area element to whatever dimensions they want. We disable this here with the resize property. We also need a little tweak in our desktop layout. The instructions div needs to be underneath the text area, so let's nudge it left by the width of the label column. Add the following rule to the end of our media query. Так, media query. Instructions. Margin left. 120 пикселей. Выглядит как какой-то каловый способ, чтобы эту фигню вниз перенести. На самом деле. Checkboxes. Checkboxes are sort of like radio buttons, but instead of selecting only one option, they let the user pick as many as they want. This simplifies things since the browser doesn't need to know which checkboxes are part of the same group. In other words, we don't need a field set wrapper or shared name attributes at the following to the end of our form. Checkboxes are not a sort of like radio buttons, but instead of selecting only one option, they let the user pick as many as they want. This simplifies things, since the browser doesn't need to know which checkboxes are part of the same group. In other words, we don't need a field set wrapper or shared name attributes. Add the following to the end of our form. Form row label. Wait. Label class checkbox label for available input. ID available name type checkbox value is available. Span I'm actually available. Okay. Так. The way we use label here was a little different than previous sections. Instead of being a separate element, the label wraps its corresponding input element. This is perfectly legal, and it will make it easier to match our desired layout. It's still best practice to use the for attribute. Styling checkboxes. For the mobile layouts, all we need to do is override the margin bottom that we put on the rest of the label elements, and the following to style. Add the following to sus. Form row checkbox label. Margin bottom 0. Mhm. And inside the media query we have to take that это из-за того, что понял. А если мы уберем? Угу. By wrapping both by wrapping both. Так, у меня чуть не работает. У меня чуть не работает. Wrapping both the checkboxes label text. And we're able to use a with auto to make it the entire form field be on a single line. Remember that the auto width make the box match the size of its container. Не понял. У меня не работает. Так, в телефонном варианте работает. В компьютерном не работает. Потому что я неправильно делал. Потому что это все должно быть в field set. Так вот. Теперь t-shirt size сломан. Райдеры закрыли форм. Так, форм где-то потерялся. Вот. Nice. By wrapping both the checkbox and label text, we're able to use a with auto to make entire form field to be on a single line. Remember that the auto width makes the box match the size of its container. Now let's finish off our form with a submit button. The button element represents a button that will submit its containing form. And clicking the button tells the browser to validate all of the input elements in the form and submit it to the action URL if there aren't any validation problems. So you should now be able to type in something that is not an email address into your email field. Click the button and see an error message. This also gives us a chance to see how the user input gets sent to the server. First, enter some values into all the input values fields, making sure the email address validation validates correctly. Then click the button and inspect the resulting URL in your browser. You should see something like this. Email. Everything after the question mark represents the variables in our form. Each input name attribute is followed by an equal sign, then its value, and each variable is separated by an character. If we had the backend server, it'd be pretty easy for it to pull out this information, query a database or whatever, and let us know whether the form submission was successful or not. Styling buttons. We had some experience styling buttons in the pseudo classes sections of the CSS selectors chapter, but then we are applying these styles to an anchor element, but we can use the same techniques on a button. Clean up that ugly default button styling by adding the following to our style sheet: font size, font weight, color, background color, border radius, padding, sort pointer, as which at which our checkbox we need to take Nuka. Font size, font weight, color. We need to take the 120 pixels label column into account, so include one more rule inside our media query. Без него что было? Summary. In this chapter we introduced the most common HTML form elements. We now have all these tools for collecting input from our website visitors. Email radio, text area. You should be pretty comfortable with comfortable with this HTML and CSS required to build beautiful forms, but actually making these forms functional requires some skills we don't have yet. That stuff is out of scope of this tutorial, but it might help to have some context. Generally speaking, there are two ways to process forms. Use the action attribute to send the form data to a backend URL, which then redirects to XXX to a success or error page. We got a little glimpse of this in the previous section, and it doesn't require any JavaScript. Use Ajax queries to submit the form without leaving the page. Success or error messages are displayed on the same page by manipulating the HTML with JavaScript. Depending how your organization is structured, form processing may not be part of your job role as a front-end web developer. If that's the case, you will need to coordinate closely with a backend developer on your team to make sure the form submits the correct name values pairs. Otherwise, it will be up to you to make sure the front-end and backend of your forms fit neatly together. Окей, понял. И мы прочитали Web Devs Form Course. Here's what you will learn. Use form to get data from users. Ну, автофил хочу прочитать. Having to re-enter your address for the 10th time is tearing. Замечательный. Browsers and the US as a developer can help user enter data faster and avoid re-entering data. This model teach you how autofill works and how autocomplete and other elements attributes can ensure that browsers offer appropriate autofill options. How does autofill work? In the intro to autofill, you already learned the basic of autofill, but why? Так, нужно ознакомиться. Filling out forms can be time consuming. For example, renting units, shopping autofill can help you. Here you enter your address once. From now on, your browser will offer you to use the option to fill in the same address for other forms automatically. You moved to another city, don't worry about getting the old addresses as an option forever. You can edit the address that your browser has set for you to keep it up to date. Browsers also help with remembering data. You sign up for a site. For the password fields, you get the option to generate and store a security password. If you want to log in later at the same site, your browser offers you the option to fill in the stored password. How does autofill work in the browsers? Чё? Не работает в Safari? Жесть. An address field can also very different and different. Can look very different on different sites. How does a browser know what is that is an address field? Browsers use heuristics he- heuristics to identify an address field. What are the value of the name, type, and ID attributes? Is there an autocomplete attribute present on the form control? Based on this information, browsers can offer the option to autofill a field with previously entered data at the same time. Browsers can even offer to autofill an entire form. Help browsers with autofill. Let's see what you can do to help browsers offer the correct autofill options. Use sensible attribute values. As you learn, browsers can define the data type by looking. Uh, as you learned, browsers can identify the data type. Yeah, browsers can define the data type by looking at the attributes of a form control. Label for email input type, email name, email ID, email. Do you have a field where users should enter their email address? Use email as a value for the name, ID, and type attribute. 3 hints for the browsers. That is an email field. They come to attribute. There are other examples where it can still be hard for browsers to identify the data type solely from the name. There are other examples where it can still be hard for browsers to identify the data type solely from the name, ID, and type attributes. You can help here by using the autocomplete attribute. That's done, я понял. It's a complete name. Have you entered the name before in the browser you are using? The browser will probably offer you the option to fill it again for this field in the demo. Based on which attributes the autofill offered. Так. Filling out forms isn't an interesting activity, but still something you do often. Over time, you fill out many forms, and you often fill in the same data. One way to help user fill out form faster is by offering them the option to automatically fill in form fields with previously entered data. That's autofill. How the browser know what data to autofill? Let's have a look at an example form field to find out. Input name, ID name. If you submit this form field, browsers store the value, the data entered, along with the value of the name, attribute name. Some browsers also look at the ID attribute when storing and filling in data. Say weeks later you fill out another form on another website. This site also contains a form field with name. Your browser can offer autofill because the value for name is already stored. Use the autofill CSS pseudo class to install form controls that the browser has autofilled. Use autofill and prefix that version WebKit for best browser compatibility. especially. Не понял, что происходит. М, А зачем? Forms you regularly use, such as Sing Up or Sing In Payment, checkout, and forms where you have to enter your name or address. Let's see how you can help browsers offer the best autofill option by using appropriate value for the autocomplete attribute. Help users to enter their addresses. To help to enter their address. There are many possible values for autocomplete. Let's have a look at the addresses first. Form div label address. Input autocomplete address line 1. Required type text ID address 1. Does your browser already have an address set for you? Right after you interact with the first field in the address form, the browser shows you a list of saved addresses. You can choose one. The browser field, бля, пиздец, что за ловушки? All fields related to the addresses. Autofill makes filling out forms fast and easy. Not every address form has the same fields, and the order of fields also varies. Using the correct values for autocomplete ensures that the browser fills in the correct values for the form. Now there are values for country, postal code, and many more. You can define multiple values separated by space for autocomplete. Say you have a form with a shipping address and another form for billing address. To tell the browser which is the postal code, you can define multiple values separated by a space for autocomplete. Say you have a form with a shipping address and another form for a billing address. To tell the browser which is the postal code for the billing address, you can use autocomplete billing postal code. For the shipping address, use shipping as the first value. Ensure users ensure users can sign in fast and use secure passwords. Many people aren't good at remembering passwords, so the most common password is followed by other easy to remember combination. How you can you use secure and unique passwords without remembering them all? Browsers have built-in password managers to generate 7 fill-in passwords for you. Let's see how you can help browsers with also filling emails and managing passwords. You can use autocomplete email. So user get to autofill option for an email address. As this is sign up form, users shouldn't get the option to fill in previously used passwords. You can use autocomplete new password. To ensure browsers offer the option to generate new passwords. Окей, здесь нифига, здесь всяких штук есть разных. To ensure browser offer the option to generate a new password. To ensure a secure sign-up form, it may be better to use a third-party identity provider instead of building your own authentication system. Offer login with third-party identity providers. On the sign-in form, you can use autocomplete current password to tell a browser to offer the option to fill in previously set password for these websites. You can set up two-factor authentication on many websites. In addition to the passwords, a one-time code that is sent via SMS or a two-factor authentication app. Wouldn't it be great if the code you received in this SMS message was suggested by the on-screen keyboard and you could directly select it to fill in the value. On Safari 14 or later, you can use autocomplete one-time code to achieve this. On Chrome and Android, you can use the web IP to achieve this with JavaScript. I'll learn more about how to verify phone numbers on the web with a form best practices. SMS isn't the most secure method of authentication by itself because phone numbers can be recycled and hijacked. Consider using other two-factor authentication method or multi-factor authentication. Help users fill in their credit card information. On many e-commerce websites, you can use your credit card to purchase products. Sites maybe you use third-party payment platforms that provide their own forms. But if you do need to build your own payment forms, make sure people can easily fill in payment information. You can use the autocomplete attribute again to ensure browsers offer the correct autofill option. There are values for the credit card numbers, a credit card number, a credit card expiration date, and all the information needed for credit card payment. Use a single input for numbers such as credit card numbers and telephone numbers to ensure browsers offer autofill. Use standard form elements. Use single input for numbers such as credit card numbers and telephone numbers to ensure browsers offer autofill. Use standard form elements. For example, select for the payment card dates instead of custom elements to ensure autocomplete is available. Ensure users can fill out your payment forms as quick as possible. Input mode for the card number and security code fields to show an optimized on-screen keyboard for entering numbers. Use type number. Use type number only for incremental field. For example, the quantity of a product. Browsers show an up-down arrow for type number, which make no sense for payment card numbers. And appropriate um, add appropriate autocomplete values for your payment form controls to ensure browsers offer autofill. Use autocomplete for the name autocomplete for the card number and autocomplete for expiry date. You can help users fill in the correct format for expiry date by using an input mask. Test with real users using the other. Use the required attribute for every input to ensure users fill out the complete form. Payment cards security codes can be 3 or 4 digits. Use min length 3 and max length 4 to only all of 3 and 4 digits. Ensure users only enter numbers for the card number and security code. Use pattern to allow users to include spaces when entering a card name, since this is how the numbers are displayed on the physical cards. Brands use different formats. For example, for card numbers and security codes, always test your payment form with every card type you support. Ensure your validation rules consider every possible format. Жесть. Ensure autofill works for all your fields. In addition to address, account information, credit card information, there are many more fields where browsers can help users with autofill. When adding telephone fields of your form, check if you can use any of the available values for an autocomplete. To your form, check if you can use any of the available values for autocomplete. Found an appropriate value for your form field, add it. Using suitable when adding a telephone field to your form, check if you can use any of the available values for autocomplete. Found an appropriate value for your form field, add it. Using suitable values for the autocomplete attribute helps browser offer the best autofill option and helps users fill out forms faster. Help browsers understand that the field shouldn't be autofilled. You learned how autofill works, how you can help browsers with autofill and why autofill makes it convenient for users to fill out forms. Sometimes though you don't want browsers to offer autofill. Let's have a look. One place where autofill isn't helpful is when entering one-off unique values such as one-time code field. The value is different every time and the browser shouldn't save values or offer an autofill option. You can use autocomplete off for such fields to prevent autofill. Autofill and autocomplete provides accessibility benefits. Using autofill, people don't have to remember information or manually re-enter data. For more information, see. Another use case for autocomplete off is a honeypot field. Honeypot field, что это? Another option is to use a so-called honeypot to visually hidden form field. Humans won't see the honeypot field, but bots will fill it in on the backend. Your processing script can check if the field was completed. If it was, the submission was probably from a bot and you can ignore it. There are also services like Akismet, which can help you with spam protection. The estimate filter works by combining information about spam captured on all participating sites and then using those spam rules to block future spam. Is transparent to the user and catches most spam. Warmer honeypot. Input hidden autocomplete off tab index. Что такое tab index? Global attribute also allows developers to make HTML elements focusable, or prevent them from being sequentially focusable, usually with a tab key, hence the name, and determine the relative ordering for sequential focus navigation. Sure. And the pane then try tabbing through the elements. Ah. Okay, понял. Another option is to use this. Так. Это я уже прочитал. Even though the field isn't visible, browsers may also fill it with the rest of the fields. Turning out the field often ensures a real user isn't identified as a bot due to the field being completed automatically. You learned how important it is to use unique and secure passwords. In browser password managers ensure that you use strong passwords. Therefore, browsers will still offer autofill options for passwords, even though autocomplete off is used. uh, to allow these password managers to do their job, learn more about the autocomplete attribute in ensigning fields. No, only disable to fill if you are sure it will help users. Use for the password field. What autocomplete value should you use for a password field? How to turn off form autocompletion. Сейчас. Так. Usability testing is a technique to evaluate a device or product such as web form. By testing your form on real users, you can identify issues that automated tools may not find. You learn firsthand where you need to improve your form. To conduct the usability test, you give a person a text such as asking them to complete a form, watch them doing the task, then ask them to think aloud. During the test, you take notes about their interactions. After the test, you ask questions. This way, you find out where your form needs improvements. First, you need to find the people who can test your form as family members, friends, and colleagues to test your form. Testing doesn't have to be difficult to improve your form, so you don't need a usability lab or complex reporting methodologies. Testing with one single other person is likely to help you improve your forms. Testing with two or more is even better. Take simple notes and make changes accordingly. Try to get a diverse range of testers as possible. In particular, think about age and technical experience. Users may be situationally, temporarily, or permanently impaired. For example, a user could have a vision impairment that makes it difficult for them to read text without sufficient contrast, or a user may have a temporary aim injury that requires them to fill out the form with one hand. Testing with the device's range of people help you find usability issues you may not be aware of. Learn about inclusive design, and the link inside provides personas and sample activities to help you with inclusive UX testing. For high traffic sites, you should work with an accessibility consulting company that can provide comprehensive testing with assistive technologies and expert advice on fixing any issues found. You found people to test your form. How does a usability test work in practice? People to complete specific tasks. So you want to test your form, ask them to fill out your form. Is able to look at the form for the whole page. Are they able to successfully submit the form? Ask them about their experience as they fill out the form. Ask them to explain what they're doing in any issues they encounter. The best way to ensure your form works as expected is by testing it with a rip. Короче, это понятно. Считаю. Так, knowledge check. Explain what the form element is for and what two attributes it should always include. Form элемент нужен для того, чтобы собирать информацию из инпутов и отправлять ее на сервер. И два атрибута это action и метод. В action мы вставляем ссылку. А в методе мы пишем, ну, что мы делаем с этой информацией. Explain what form controls are at high level. Form controls. Не знаю, что. Не помню. And we need to use form controls elements. They're all the elements user will interact with. High level? В смысле high level? Это все инпуты, с которыми будет взаимодействовать user. Name attribute for. Для того, чтобы сервер... Это, короче, сокращенное название какого-то атрибута для сервера. Вот the three most common. Ну, не атрибута, а значения. Ну и, в принципе, атрибута тоже. Ну, инпута, правильно сказать. The three most common form controls you can use for allowing user to select predefined options. Checkbox, radio, and select. What are the three types of buttons in HTML? Submit, reset, and button. What are the two most challenging aspects of styling forms? Two most challenging aspects. В том, что каждый браузер, у каждого браузера дефолтные стайлинги, какие-то свои стайлинги для инпутов, и в этом сложно. В этом сложность. Еще не все стайлинги вообще можно. Да, не все стайлинги еще можно. В смысле? Так, form validation. Что-то я опять завис. Validation. Um, validation allow us to set specific constraints or rules that determine what data users can enter into our input. When a user enters data that breaks the rules, a message will appear providing feedback on what was wrong with the entered data and how to fix it. Validation are a vital ingredient in well-designed forms. They help protect our backend system for receiving incorrect data, and they help make the experience of interacting with our form as dead stupid simple as possible for our users. This lesson will explore some of the built-in validations you can use with HTML forms. We will also dive into styling validations with CSS. Lesson you should be able to explain what form validations are. Know how to use a few of the basic built-in HTML validations. Know how to build custom validations. What does the required validation do? What validation can you use for checking text length? How can you validate the minimum and maximum of numeric inputs? How can you use the pattern validations for? What pseudo CSS selectors are available for styling valid and invalid inputs? Required validation. We'll often want to ensure specific fields have been filled in before submitting the form. For example, the email and password in a login form. To make a field required, we simply add the required attribute to it. Never. Required to ensure user experience and to meet accessibility guidelines, we should always indicate which fields are required. This will often be done by adding asterisk to the required field label, like we have done in the example. Text length validations. Sometimes we will want users to enter minimum or maximum amount of text into a field. Real world examples of using these validations would be the old 140 characters limit that Twitter used to have in its status field, or having minimum and maximum length concentration constraints on the username field. To add the minimum length validation, we give the form control a min length attribute with an integer value that represents the minimum amount of characters we want to allow in the form control. What's happening? Min length. Drinking less than 3 characters into the text area and clicking the tweet button to see the validation in action. Maximum length validation. To the maximum length validation, we give the form control a max length attribute with an integer value which represents the maximum amount of characters we want to allow in the form control. Mm, what's happening max length? With the maximum length validation, the browser will prevent user from entering more characters than the max length attribute value. Try this for yourself in the example below, in the example above. Combining validations. SML allows us to apply as many validations as we wish to a form control. For example, we can give our tweet text variables min length, and max length validation. This gives us much more scope to control what users input. Number range validation. Just like we often need to control the length of text-based form controls, there will be many situations where we will want to control the range of values users can enter into number-based form controls. Length-based form controls, there will be many situations we want to control the range of values users can enter into number-based form controls. We can do this with the min and max attributes, which allows us to set the lower and upper bounds of the value entered in the form control. The min and max attributes only work with number-based form controls, such as the number, dates, and time inputs. You can view a complete list of supported elements on Dень documentations. Okay. Some real-world use cases for using these validations would be limiting the quantity on a product order from choosing the number. Some real-world use cases for using these validations would be limiting the quantity on the product order form or choosing the number of passengers on a flight booking form. Понял. Okay, min validation. To add minimum value validation, we give the form control a min attribute with an integer value which represents the minimum number we want the form control to accept. The form with the quantity of zero max validation. To add the maximum value validation, enter with the integer value which represents the maximum number we want to control the accept. Uh, with the okay pattern validations to ensure we get the correct information from users. We'll often want to ensure that the matches the particular pattern. To ensure we get the correct information from users, will often want to ensure that it matches a particular pattern. Real-world application would be checking if a credit card number is in calc format. Uh, to pattern validation, we get the form control the pattern attribute with a regular expression as a value. In our example, we're using the pattern validation to ensure a US zip code is in the correct format. 5 numbers followed by an optional dash and 4 more numbers. Мгм. By an optional dash. В другую сторону, да. Followed by an optional dash and 4 more numbers. Что за бред? Раз, два, три, четыре. 5. Че ебанутый? Entering an incorrect zip code at submitting the form will display the following validation error in the browser. Please match the. This is very useful since it doesn't communicate how to fix the issue. We can add a more descriptive validation message by giving our input title attribute. Жестко. And when we submit the form with an encoded zip code, we will be greeted with a more helpful message telling us exactly what we want went wrong and how to remove it. It's also good practice to use a placeholder attribute to show user an example of the expected pattern they need to enter. The pattern attribute can only be used on input elements. Some input elements already validate data that matches a certain pattern. For example, the email input field will make sure a valid email is entered, and the URL input element will check it to ensure the URL starts with HTTP or HTTPS. Styling validations. We can target form controls that have passed or failed validations using the valid and invalid pseudo classes. To see this in action, we'll be using our email and website example that we looked at previously. Border color. First of all, we target any valid inputs and give them a green border. Our email and URL inputs initially have a green border since they are not required fields and are valid. When the field is invalid, we give it a red border instead. Try entering an invalid email address and URL to see how it looks. Conclusion. The built-in validations will take you far with ensuring your user enter the correct data. They're quick and easy to add, however they have their limitations. Sometimes you will need to include validations that the built-in validation won't be able to do. For example, validating that the password input and password confirmation input have the same value, or validating that a username has not already been taken. We are also limited with what we can do with styling the validation messages and the content within them. In this case, we will need to get creative and make custom validations using JavaScript and CSS. We'll dive into how to achieve validation via JavaScript in a future lesson. It also worth noting client-side validation is not a silver bullet for ensuring users enter the correct data. To ensure the integrity of any user data coming into our system, we should also have server-side validation in place. We'll cover this side of validations later in the curriculum. Follow along this client-side form validation guide. Skip the section of validating form using JavaScript. This will be covered in a future lesson. О, так, так. Before submitting data to the server, it is important to ensure all required form controls are filled out in the correct format. This called client-side form validation helps you ensure data submitted matches the requirements set forth in the various form controls. This article leads you through basic concepts and examples of client-side form validations. Client-side validation is an initial check and an important feature of good user experience. By catching invalid data on the client side, the user can fake it straight away. If it gets to the server, client-side validation is an initial check and important feature of good user experience. By catching invalid data on the client side, the user can fix it straight away. If it gets to the server and is then rejected, a noticeable delay is caused by a round trip to the server and the back to the client side to tell the user to fix their data. However, client-side validation should not be considered an exhaustive security measure. Your apps should always perform security checks on any form submitted data on the server side as well as the client side. Because client-side validation is too easy to bypass, so malicious users can still easily send bad data through to your server. Read website security for an idea of what could happen. Implementing server-side validation is somewhat beyond the scope of this module, but you should bear in mind. What could happen? Validations is somewhat beyond the scope of this module. Mind it. Go to any popular site with a registration form and you will notice that they provide feedback when you don't enter your data in the format they expect, and you will get messages such as this field is required. You can't leave the fields blank. Please enter your phone number in the format. A specific data format is required for it to be considered valid. Please enter a valid email address. The data you entered is not the right format. Your password needs to be between 80 and 30 characters long and contain one uppercase letter, one symbol, one number, and number. Very specific data format is required for your data. This is called form validation. When you enter data, the browser and or the web server will check to see that the data is in the correct format and within the constraints set by the application. Validation done in the browser is called client-side validation. Validation done on the server is called server-side validation. In this chapter, we are focusing on client-side validation. If the information is correctly formatted, the application allows the data to be submitted to the server and usually saved in database. If the information is correctly formatted, the application allows the data to be submitted to the server and usually saved in database. If the information isn't correctly formatted, it gives the user an error message explaining what needs to be corrected and lets them try again. We want to make filling out web forms as easy as possible. So why do we insist on validation of forms? There's three main reasons. We want to get the right data in the right format. We want to make filling out web formats as easy as possible, so why do we insist on validating our formats? There are three main reasons. We want to get the right data in the right format. Our applications won't work properly if our users' data is stored in the wrong format, isn't correct, or is omitted altogether. Так. Our application won't work properly if our users' data is stored in the wrong format. We want to protect our user data. Forcing our users to enter a secure password make it easier to protect their account information. We want to protect ourselves. There are many ways that malicious users can misuse unprotected forms and to damage the application. Never trust data passed to your server from the client, even if your form is validating correctly and preventing malformed input on the client side. A malicious user can still alter the network request. Different types of client-side validation. There are two different types of client-side validations that you will encounter on the web. Built-in validation uses HTML from validation features, which we have discussed in many places throughout this module. This validation required this validation generally doesn't require much JavaScript. Built-in form validations has better performance than JavaScript, but is not as customizable as JavaScript validation. JavaScript validation is coded using JavaScript. This validation is completely customizable, but you need to create it all or use a library. Using built-in form validation. One of the most significant features of modern form controls is the ability to validate most user data without relying on JavaScript. One of the most significant features of modern form controls is the ability to validate most user data without relying on JavaScript. This is done by using validation attributes on form elements. We have seen many of these earlier in the course, but to recap. Required specifies whether a form field needs to be filled in before the form is submitted. Это все понятно. Type specifies whether the data needs to be numbered. Понятно. Patterns. If the data entered in the form field allows all of the rules specified by the above attribute, it is considered valid. If not, it's considered invalid. When an element is valid, the following things are true. The element matches the valid CSS pseudo class, which lets you apply a specific style to valid elements. If the user tries to send the data, the browser will submit the form provided there is nothing else stopping it from doing so. If the user tries to send the data, the browser will submit the form, provided there is nothing else stopping it from doing that. So, when an element invalid, the following things are true. The element matches the invalid CSS pseudo class and sometimes other UI pseudo classes out of range depending on the error, which lets you apply a specific style to invalid elements. If the user tries to send the data, the browser will block the form and display an error message. The browser is the classes depending on the error, which lets you apply a specific style. If the user tries to send the data, the browser will block the form and display an error message. There's several errors that will prevent the form from being submitted, including uh, there's several errors that will prevent the form from being submitted, including a bad input, pattern mismatch, range overflow, or range underflow, step mismatch. Uh, Built-in form validation examples. This section will test out some of the attributes that we discussed above. Simple start file. Let's start with a simple example. An input that allows you to choose whether you prefer a banana or cherry. This example involves a single text input which with associated label and a submit button. Find the source code in GitHub. Example below. Sure. Input. The required attribute. Simplest HTML validation feature is the required attribute to make an input mandatory and this attribute to the element. When this attribute is set, the element matches the required UI pseudo class and the form won't submit, displaying an error message on submission when the input is empty. While empty, the input will also be considered invalid, matching the invalid UI pseudo class. The simplest так, uh, required. A note the CSS is included in the example file. Invalid dashed red. Input invalid required. Mhm. This CSS causes the input to have a red dash border when it is invalid and the more subtle solid black border when valid. We also added the background gradients when the input is required and invalid. Try out the new behavior in the example below. You can find this example. Try submitting the form without a value. Note how the invalid input gets focus. A default error message, please fill it out, the field appears and the form is prevented from being sent. This presence of the required attribute on any element is supports is attribute on any element that supports this attribute means the element matches the required pseudo class, whether it has a value or not. Matches the required pseudo class. If the input has no value, the input will match the invalid pseudo class. For good user experience, indicator to the user for fields are required. Uh, the user form field is required. It isn't only good user experience, it's is required by accessibility guidelines. Also only require users to input data you actually need. For example, what do you really need to know someone's gender or title? True. Validating against a regular expression. Another useful validation feature is the pattern attribute, which expects regular expression as its value. A regular expression is a pattern that can be used to match character combinations in text strings. So regex are ideal for form validation and serve a variety of other uses in JavaScript. Regex are quite complex, and we won't intend to teach you them exclusively. In this article below are some examples to give you a basic idea of how they work. Matches one character that is A, not B, not, and so on. ABC matches A followed by C and B and C. Matches A option followed by a single B, followed by C. A asterisk AB asterisk C matches A option followed by any number of B's. Followed by C. Matches one character that is A or B. Exactly. There's many more possibilities that we don't cover here for complete documentation. Let's implement an example. Update your HTML to add pattern attribute like this: banana or cherry. Banana. Following update right on. You can find this example tag. In this example, the input element accepts one of four possible values. The strings banana, banana, cherry, cherry, regular expression are case sensitive, but we have made it support capabilities as well as lowercase versions using extra A pattern nested inside the square brackets. As at this point, try changing the value inside the pattern attribute to equal some of the examples you saw earlier, and look at how different that affects the values you can enter to make the input value valid. Try writing some of your own and see how it goes. Make them fruit related where possible so that your example makes sense. If a non-empty value of the input doesn't match the regular expressions pattern, if a non-empty value if a non-empty value of the input doesn't match the regular expressions pattern, the input will match the invalid pseudoclass. Some input elements types don't need the pattern attribute to be validated against a regular expression. Uh, Specifying the email type, for example, validates the input value against a well-formed email address pattern of or a pattern matching a comma-separated list of email addresses if it has a multiple attribute. The text area element doesn't support the pattern attribute. Okay. Concerning the length of your entries. You can constrain the character length of all text fields that's created by input or text area by using the min length and max length attributes. A field is valid if it has a value and that value has fewer characters than the min length value or more than max length value. Browsers often don't let the user type a longer values than expected into the text fields. A better user experience than just using max length is to also provide character count feedback in an accessible manner and let them edit their content down to size. An example of this is a character limit seen on Twitter when tweeting. JavaScript including solution using max lengths can be used to provide this. Что это такое? constraining the values of your entries. For numbers, for number fields, the min max attributes can be values will be values looking at things. You will see that we have given the text field min length max 6, which is the same length as banana and cherry. We have also given the number field a min of 1 and max of 10. Enter numbers outside this range will show as invalid. Users won't be able to use the increment decrement arrows to move the values outside the range. If the user manually enters a number outside the range, the data is invalid. The number is not required, so removing the value will still result in a valid value. Так, text required. You can find this. Так. And other types such as range and date can also take a step attribute, which specifies what increment the value will go up or down by when the input controls are used, such as the up and down number buttons. In the above example, we have not included a step attribute, so the value defaults to 1. This means that floats like will also shown as invalid. Full example. Required. The button attribute can act mm, uh, can act as a fallback for browsers which don't implement the number input type but supports the pattern attribute. Please note that browsers that support the pattern attribute will make it fail silently when used with a number field. It uses here act only as a fallback. Type number. A label. What's your favorite fruit? Required input. Required pattern. Email, name, email. Short message. Так, да, нам сказали не читать. Тогда test your skills. We are providing you with a simple support query form and want you to add some validation features. Make all of the input fields mandatory. to complete before the form can be submitted. Change the type of the email address to and phone number fields to make the browser apply some more specific validation suitable for the data being asked for. Give the username field a required length of between uh, maximum length and the common to submitting a form. It should refuse to submit until the above constraints are followed and give suitable error messages. To help, you might want to consider adding some simple CSS to show when a form field is valid or invalid. Mm. Так. Мгм. Так, make all of the input fields mandatory to complete before the form can be submitted. Okay. Required. 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 All the fields mandatory. И required. Сюда мы звездочку подобавляем. Так. Change the type of the email address and phone number fields to make the browser apply some more specific validation suitable. Не понял. Tell email ну сюда number тупо вставлять. Не. М, мгм. And give the username fields required min length 5 и max length 20. Maximum length of 15 character. Max 15. And the common field maximum length. Max length 140. 200. Username, email address. Датчику. And give a message to help. You might want to consider adding some simple CSS to show when a form failed, is it valid or valid. Input. Put required. Input required. Запятая. Запятая. То же самое, но input required invalid. Border color red. Почему phone number? Не понял. Чем мне не нравится с phone number? Плохо. Now I want you to take the same form you saw in the previous task. Use your previous answer if you want to, and add some more specific pattern validation to the first three fields using regular expressions. Three regular expressions. Так, а почему phone number не работает? Не понимаю. М, 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 м. Чё за бред? Прикол. Минимум numeric. Ну, у меня number стоит. Э, А может... А может... э, А может... Так. Ага, понял. Окей, понял, понял. Теперь здесь мы и запятая. Text area. Сюда то же самое сделаем. Required. Так. М, Required же стоит. Почему оно... Ладно, пофиг. Так. All of the usernames in our application consist of a single letter followed by a dot, followed by 3 or more letters or numbers. Letters should be lowercase. All the email addresses for our users consist of 1 or more letters. Remove the length validation from the phone number field if it is present, and set it so that it accepts 10 digits, either 10 digits in a row or a pattern of 3 digits, then 4 digits. Regular expressions are really challenging if you are new to them, but don't despair. Have a go and see where you get to. There is no shame in asking for some help. You can find something, everything you need to answer this question. Hmm. Uh, reg exp, reg exp. Nice. Matches at the start of the string, matches the lowercase letter, matches the dot character. There's 3 or more lowercase letters or numbers, matches the end of the string. The username starts with a lowercase letter followed by a dot, and then has at least 3 lowercase letters. The name is application consists of a single letter followed by a dot, 3 or more letters or numbers. Nice. Tatimba. Так. А если ему без контекста дам, что он сделал? Ага, понимаю. Хотя нет, контекст есть же, я ему уже сказал перед этим, что регулярку нужно. Что-то думает он долговато. Чего так долго думает? Ладно, понятно. Remove the length validation. Uh, uh, narrow or better. Ой, нет, хватит. Стоп. Rec X. Вот такое. Че он так тупит жестко? А если вот сюда зайти? Cloud Instant. Rec Exp. О, нифига, он быстрый. Нифига, он моментальный. Но... Но результаты он разные выдал. А этот чат что даст? Ясно. Чел бесполезный. Ну, прикольно, прикольно. This said, we are providing you with similar examples to what you saw in the accompanying article. As implement address entry input, we would like you to use the constraint validation IP plus some form validation attribute to program some custom error. А, это уже через JavaScript. Нет, это нам не нужно. Это нам не нужно. Go through site points complete guide to HTML forms and constraint validation guide. You can skip the selection JavaScript and the constraint validation IP and creating custom form validator. It's fine. Так, сейчас я вернусь. Нет, нам не надо. You can skip section JavaScript and the creating custom form validation. Окей. Тут немного читать. The complete guide to HTML forms and constraint validation. This article will look at HTML form fields and the validation options offered by HTML5. I will also look at how these can be enhanced through the use of CSS and JavaScript. What is constraint validation? Every form field has a purpose, and this purpose is often governed by constraints or the rule governing what should and shouldn't be entered into each form field. For example, an email field is required a valid email address. A password field might require certain types of characters and have a minimum number of required characters. And the text field might have a limit on how many characters can be entered. Modern browsers have the ability to check that these constraints are being observed by users and can warn them when those rules have been breached. This is known as constraint validation. Ограничивать, да, это constraint? client-side with server-side validation. The majority of JavaScript code written in the early years of the language handled client-side form validation. Even today, developers spend significant time writing functions to check field values. If this is still necessary in modern browsers, probably not. In most cases, it really depends on what you're trying to do. But first, here's a big warning message. Client-side validation is a nicety which can prevent common data entry errors before an app wastes time and bandwidth sending data to a server. It's not a substitute for server-side validation. Always sanitize data server-side. Not every request will come from a browser. Even when it does, there is no guarantee the browser validated the data. Anyone who knows how to open a browser's developer tools can also bypass your lovingly crafted HTML and JavaScript. HTML5 input fields. Offers text area from select. Use input most often. Tab sets the control type, and there's a large choice of options. Button, checkbook, color, date, time, local email, file hidden, image, month, number, password, radio, range. Button that resets all form inputs. The search, submit, tell, text, time, URL, week. The browser falls back to text if you omit the type attribute or it doesn't support an option. Most browsers have good support for all types, but all browsers will still show a text entry field. Other useful input attributes include accept, file upload type, alternate text for the image type, autocomplete, autofocus, capture, media capture, input method, checked, disabled, form, from action, inputs mode, list, max length and min length, name, pattern, placeholder read only, the field is not editable but required, size, spell check, source tab, type, and value. HTML output fields. As well as input types, HTML5 provides read-only outputs. Output a text result of a calculation or user action, progress, a progress bar with value and max attributes, meter, a scale which can change between green, amber, and red depending on the values set for the value. At optimum attributes. Input labels. Fields should have an associated label with which you can wrap around the element or link ID using for attributes. Labels are important for accessibility. You may have encountered forms which use a placeholder to save screen space. The placeholder's text disappears when the user types something. Even a single space is better to show a label than force the user remember that the field wants it. Input behaviors. Field types and constraint attributes change the browser's input behaviors. For example, a number input shows a numeric keyboard on mobile devices. The field may show a spinner and keyboard up-down cursor presses will increment and decrement values. Most field types are obvious, but the other exceptions. For example, credit cards and are numeric, but the increment decrement spinner is useless and it's too easy to press up or down when entering a 16-digit number. It's better to use a standard text type, but set the input mode attribute to numeric, which shows an appropriate keyboard. Setting an autocomplete CC number also suggests any pre-configured or previously entered card numbers. Using the correct field type and autocorrect offers benefits which would be difficult to achieve in JavaScript. For example, some mobile browsers can import credit card details by scanning a card using the camera, import one-time code sent by SMS. Automatic validations. The browser ensures an input value adheres. Придерживается. The browser ensures an input value adheres with the constraints defined by the type min-max step, min-length, and required attributes. For example, attempting to submit an empty value prevents the submission and shows the following messaging from. The spinners will not permit values outside the range. Similar validation messages appears if you type a string which is not a number, or without a single line of JavaScript. You can stop browser validation by adding no validate attribute to the form element, adding form no validate attribute to the submission button or image. Creating custom JavaScript inputs. If you're writing a new JavaScript-based date entry component, please stop writing a new JavaScript-based date entry component. Please stop and step away from your keyboard. Writing custom input controls is difficult. You have to consider the mouse, keyboard touch, speech, accessibility, screen dimensions, and what happens when JavaScript fails. You're also creating a different user experience. Perhaps your control is superior to the standard date picker on desktop, iOS, and Android, but the familiar UI will confuse some users. There are three primary reasons developers should choose to create JavaScript-based inputs. Standard controls are difficult to style. CSS styling is limited and often requires hacks, such as overlaying an input with its labels before and after pseudo elements. This situation is improving, but question any design which prioritize form over function. Modern input types are not supported in older browsers. In essence, you're coding for сущность. You're coding for Internet Explorer. Users won't get a date picker, but can still enter dates format. If your client insists, then load polyfill in IE only. There's no need to burden modern browsers. You require a new input type which has never been implemented before. These situations are rare, but always start with appropriate HTML fields. They're fast and they work even before the script has loaded. You can progressively enhance fields as necessary. For example, a sprinkling of JavaScript can ensure a calendar events and then date occurs after starting date. In summary, avoid reinventing HTML controls. Okay. CSS validation styling. You can apply the following pseudo classes to input fields to style them according to the current state. Field focus within. Element contains a field with focus. Yes, it's a parent selector. Focus with an element has focus oving. The keyboard navigation, so focus ring or more evident styling is necessary. Required, a field with a required attribute optional. Valid field has passed validation. user validity field that has passed validation after the user has interacted with it. A field that hasn't passed validation after the user has interacted with the value is within a range on a number or range input. Out of range, the value is out of range number input. Disable it, enable it, read only. Read write. Check the checkbox or radio button. Indeterminate states such as when all radio buttons are unchecked. Default. You can style an input placeholder text with a placeholder pseudo element. The selectors above have the same specificity, so the order can be important. Consider this example. Invalid inputs have red text, but it's only applied to inputs with disabled attributes, so all enabled inputs are black. The browser applies validation styles on page load. For example, in the following code, every invalid field is given a read border. Yeah. The selectors above have the same specificity, so the order can be important. Consider the example. Invalid inputs have the red text, but it's only applied to inputs with a disabled attribute. So all enabled inputs are black. Applies validation styles on page load. For example, in the following code, every invalid field is given red border. The user is confronted by a daunting set of red boxes before they interact with the form, showing validation errors after the first submit, whereas the values change would offer a better experience. That's where JavaScript steps in. Forms are the basis of all web applications, and developers spend considerable time manipulating user input. Constraint validation is well supported. Browsers can handle most checks and show appropriate input options. Use the standard HTML input types where possible. Attributes as appropriate. If necessary, use a little JavaScript to enable custom validation and messages. For more complex fields, progressively enhance the standard inputs. Finally, forget that unless your clients are predominantly IE users, there is no need to implement your own fallback validation functions. All HTML5 inputs fields work in IE but may require more useful effort. For example, won't detect when you enter and invalid email address. You still have to validate that on the server, so consider using that as the basis of IE error checking. Okay. Nice. Так, обеденный перерыв. Обеденный перерыв. Я хочу кушать ППЦ. Я хочу кушать ППЦ. И мы досмотрим поп-культ. А, а вы мемы. Скоро вернусь. Yes. Ой, бля. Сейчас читал про создание селекторов. Итак, нормально. Что-то сложное было? Я пиво бахнул, информация несерьезная. Хорош. Сейчас вернусь. А что за пиво? Вот пиво бахнуто. Так, мне нужно кое-что еще сделать. Не понял. На, понял. Так. Так, все. Так, все. Ты что у нас? Возвращаемся к формам. Так, CSS to the rescue, improving UX in forms. Lately, webmaster and web designer are obsessed about user experience and how to improve it. Tasks such as reducing the website loading time or finding a good font combination are always in the to-do list. However, we are forgetting about focusing on the elements where the real contact between the user and the website happens, the form. And designing pages and sections with contact form probably is challenging because you have to guide your user through each field to get them filled correctly. Moreover, if the info added by the user doesn't fit the fields pattern, you should let the user know what he is she doing wrong, and this has to be clear for all the users, included non-tag visitors. Fortunately, new HTML5 specs for forms have helped to improve the validation before sending the form without using server-side requirements nor JavaScript. By default, inputs type like email or tell use a pattern that checks that the info field is correct, and forms can be submitted when the user clicks on the submit button. And the key question are, could we improve this behavior getting a live check? Could we also get an extra info about how to fill out a form if we get stuck? Does this help get a better UX? Yes to all, and we will do it with CSS. Knowing CSS pseudo class and HTML elements and attributes to improve a form. Demo with some inputs, text, mail, and URL with different patterns and placeholders. Let's revise some CSS pseudo classes, CSS pseudo class, and HTML elements we are going to use in our demo. Some of them are very well known, but others have been added recently in the last CSS update. Input and text area. The classics. They will define the fields the users are going to fill out. The typology of input is defined by the type attribute in the HTML. Is defined in the type attribute, and this is important, as we said above, for custom HTML file browser validation. Input type surname, так, понятно. Required понятно. Не, ну да. And the field submitted is very useful. Required attributes directly related with two pseudo classes we can use through our CSS to know whether the input is required or optional. They're required optional, very semantic, as you can see. Pattern. Another HTML attribute to check the information added by user is in that case we can build our own pattern or use one of the patterns by default. It depends on the type attribute. For example, if we use the email type, it will looking for email string with an at the middle at a valid domain extension such as .com. The same for tell or URL. Here you have the complete list of input types attributes. Так. Styling HTML form is challenging. Colors could not be only decorative but offer a real user experience environment. However, the power of this attribute is that we can create our own pattern, including numbers for instances. For instance, так, excluding numbers, for instance, or any character we want to avoid. The pattern attribute requires a regular expression in order to work properly. The most useful attribute in так. Users understand what kind of looking for it. Can also be an example that fill the input. A placeholder. A pseudo element related with above attribute helps us style the placeholder, so we can change the text color or other font properties to let the users know that to let users know that this is an example and not a real text. Simple placeholder with name text. Browser compatibility is good enough. However, we can add some alternative prefixed rules for each browser. Focus. Basic pseudo class that runs when the user is focusing. An input or text area is necessary that the user click on it or navigate with a keyword to consider the input as focused. Valid. This pseudo selector will tell us know if the string added let us know if the string added in the input is correct and check with the pattern we have set. Basically, So basically we can style the input in if the info is correct. The opposite is of valid. The question here is what happens when no value is added to the inputs? Will it be valid or invalid? Well, the answer is that case depends on the required attribute. If it exists for that input and no value had been added, then is invalid element. Otherwise it will be valid. Placeholder shown. The new kid in town. It is still in the draft of CSS level 4 specification, but the compatibility with browsers is quite reliable at this moment, except IE and Edge. Uh, mhm. Well, this pseudo class it runs only when placeholder is being shown. It means that it will be enabled when the input is not focused, and when it's focused but the user has not typed any character yet. It will be enabled when the input is not focused. Mhm. So the possibilities here are thrilled. Now we can know if users get stuck in one of the inputs. For example, if a user has clicked on an input but doesn't know what to write, we can show a notice after 5 seconds that helps the user complete it. And all of this only with CSS. Another possibility. The user is filling the input, but 30 seconds has passed and the input is still invalid. Maybe the user has not understood what pattern we are looking for. Time to help with a message or something similar. A form with CSS validation. For this example, we have built a simple form with some inputs: to text type, for name and surname, and email type, and finally an URL type, and a text area. It could be valid for a blog, comment section, or a short contact form. Form div class comment for name, input name placeholder name, name text value, pattern, size. Что такое size? Input. Елки-палки. The sizes will specify the visible width in characters of input element. The following. Uh, А чем он отличается от max? No, max length. Um, the set rewards with the following input types: text, to specify the maximum number of characters allowed in the input element. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять, одиннадцать, двенадцать, тринадцать, четырнадцать, пятнадцать, шестнадцать, семнадцать, восемнадцать, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, тридцать, один, два, двадцать три, четыре, тридцать пять. Так. Surname required. Maybe this area mail notes. Text area input. Text area overflow auto. Vertical line top. Layout stuff. Comment section. With comment form. Display flags. Comment form. Class comment form. Так, я забыл, что это значит. Position relative. I mean height padding. Form stuff. Input text. Comment form. Что такое comment form? Focus. Input. Type text focus. Background color. Animation. Keyframe. Label styles. the label now. Padding, font size, display none. Absolute top color. WebKit animation. Comment form info focus plus label. Input required valid plus label. Display block. Здесь. Input focus placeholder. Жесть. Therefore required elements, all of them except the URL, because maybe the user doesn't have a website, and some placeholder with the information we are looking for. Easy. As you can see in the example, when you click on an element, the placeholder disappears and the field keeps empty, waiting for your data. To help user remain where they are, we have set the label element about the user data as a false placeholder. To help the user recognize if the data added is correct, we have used the classic color palette of green correct and red invalid. The border color of the inputs will change to red or green depending on the string, and when user will move on other inputs, the background will be filled with solid green red. Finally, we have used some CSS animation to show and notice if the user gets stuck. We can show this using combination of valid focus and placeholder shown. The animation is quite simple. It shows the text after X seconds. We encourage you explore the example filling out the form with some wrong data or just keeping still to see how the form reacts and try to help you. How this article help you. There's no name. Прикольно. Прикольно. Check out HTML5 pattern for a list of commonly used pattern regular expressions. As a source of regularly used input patterns. If you know a new or better pattern, then ну и где паттерны? Что ты мне лечишь? of the do's and don'ts for form validation UX. The best place to show validation errors near inputs, don't gather all of them in one place. Понятно. Don't disable the submit button. Allow users to click on it and see the validation errors. Users might scroll past some of the inputs without filling them. If the submit button is blocked, then they won't know what to do next. Makes sense. Consider providing positive feedback as well as negative. When you have a complex form with a lot of tricky data, user some might feel uncomfortable when you don't provide any feedback. Users don't know if they filled everything correctly or not. Obviously, accept this format. In the case, right after the user has filled an input, you show him immediate feedback. Thus, you reduce. In error messages, use human language, not a technical one. Okay. If you put an exclamation icon next to inputs, if you put an exclamation icon next to inputs, it might help colorblind people to notice the error. Кстати, да. No, no. Don't hide every messages under icons. First, some alert icons had soon been noticed. Second, user may wonder what is wrong with the field without realizing that they can actually see the error message if they take an extra step. Third, why make users work more or move focus to field in order to see the error message. Just go with the traditional option, display the error messages, show password rules right away. Often password fields has some requirements. Don't make users click register to find out what requirements. Validation is cool, but it would be better if users don't make mistakes. Help your user to avoid mistakes. Don't wait until users make mistakes when filling your forms. It's better if help user as much as you can to avoid making these mistakes. You can help them in various ways, most of them aimed to reduce the number of actions users should make. Mark if the field is required or optional. Use a reasonable width of inputs. Put current date if it's reasonable and the calendar if it's the nearest event. Therefore, validation behaviors and only one winner. Aggressive mode triggered when the user presses a key. Pure reacts because the user might not have finished inputting his data, but the error is already shown. Lazy mode triggered when the user leaves the input. Looks better, but is triggered only when the user leaves the input. If he made a mistake, then return back to the input, it will still be red until the leaves input. Passive mode triggered when the form is submitted, especially for big forms. Imagine the user filled 10 inputs with incorrect data and you throw 10 errors at once. And the winner is eager mode, a combination of aggressive and lazy. It first validates when the user leaves the inputs. Then if the input is invalid, it will behave aggressively. Until the input is valid again, it will look back being lazy. Nice. Прикольно. Check out these 10 guidelines for form validation design. Forms are necessary components of many application websites. We use them to log in, purchase items, send feedback, and enter information about websites. Do you run into errors? How frustrating is it to navigate those errors? Error messages are an indicator of system status. They let users know that a hurdle was encountered and given solutions to fix them. But in order for the error messages to be effective, people need to see them, understand them, and be able to act upon them easily. Visibility of system status is one of Jacob's. It refers to how well the state of the system is conveyed to its users. Ideally, system should always keep users informed about what is going on through appropriate feedback within reasonable time. To err is human and people will make mistakes when using software. An error flow is the sequence of steps that the user must go through in order to correct the error. A thoughtfully error flow allows user to easily fix their mistakes and proceed with their tasks. There are three main principles that should be followed when designing error correction flows. The error message should be easy to notice and understand. The fields in error should be easy to locate. Users shouldn't have to memorize the instructions for fixing the error. This guidelines needs a little explanation. First, if users don't know that there is a problem with their inputs, they won't be able to fix it. Second, people shouldn't have to input for their error through the form. And last but not least, they shouldn't have to remember how to fix the problem while they're fixing it. The instruction should be right in front of their eyes. In this article, we discuss helpful guidelines for designing error flows. I aim for inline validation whenever possible. Ideally, all validation should be inline. That is, as soon as the user has finished filling in a field, an indicator should appear nearby if the field contains an error. This type of error message is easily noticeable. Moreover, fixing the error immediately after the field has been completed requires the least interaction costs for user. They don't need to locate it or navigate to the field, nor do they have to switch context from a new field to return to an old field when to an old field they thought they had completed successfully. Я уже все поплыл. Мне музыка не нравится еще. Of course, there will be situations where inline validation won't be possible, and data entered by the user will need to be sent to a server for verification. Indicate successful entry for complex fields. Inline validation can also be used to indicate user successful completion. For example, if your user must create a unique username, a green check mark, and the message that the username is available let users know they can proceed to the next step. Follow the error preventing guidelines. Follow the error preventing guidelines. Offer suggestions for field values, constrain inputs to legal values, and be flexible by allowing for typos, abbreviation, or different input formats. For complex inputs such as new passwords, instant inline validation, which appears as the field value is being typed, will prevent users from guessing or checking multiple times if what they have entered meets the guidelines set by the system. An example below, the password range indicator changes as the user is typing and helps the user decide if the string entered so far is good enough or more characters need to be added. Slack indicated password rules also provided instant validation by showing a password range matter as a user type. However, don't go overboard with success indicators. Success indicators shouldn't distract user from filling out forms and should only be used when the additional context helps complete the form faster or more accurately. For example, you don't need to show a success message when the only requirement on the field is that it is filled in, as that message won't provide much additional context to your user. Keep error messages next to fields. With inline validation, the error message is naturally shown next to the field, coding the error. But even when the fields are not validated inline, it pays off to show an actionable error message below or text to the problem field in order to help the user fix the error. The message should follow error message guidelines. It should be explicit, human readable, polite, precise, and should give constructive advice. Keep error messages next to the fields in error minimizes working memory. Although the users can see the error message while fixing the error instead of having to remember it. Use color to differentiate errors from normal field states. Red is the color that is associated most with errors, along with orange or yellow for warnings, and green or blue for success. Make sure that the color of the validation text stands out from the rest of the form so the user will notice it quickly. Add a semi-transparent background of the name of the same color to the error field to make it silent on a long page with many form fields. Add iconography or subtle animation for easy scanning. Together with color and icon to the left of your error messages or validation summary will draw attention to the error and also help users who are colorblind. When the user scans the form, the icon will stand out and draw the eye to what needs to be fixed. Color and the icon next to the message draws user attention. A subtle pulse or bounce animation on the icon corresponding to an arrow can further draw users' attention to the error. However, don't abuse animation. If there are multiple arrows, many animated icons can be overwhelming. And don't animate text. Animated errors messages are hard to read. Use modals or confirmation dialogues sparingly. When you need when you need to draw extra attention to a potential error, you can use a modal or confirmation dialog to explain details and help the user fix the issue. However, use such dialogues sparingly as they have to big sparingly as they have two big disadvantages. They are disruptive. Their message is presented in a window that needs to be dismissed in order to fix the error. So any complex instructions will have to be stored in user's working memory, and thus increasing their cognitive load. They are, however, okay if the error message is simple, or the form could still be submitted as it is. It seems like you've got attached file you wrote. I have attached new messages, but there are no file attached. Send anyway. Use the model to warn the users that attachment was missing, and this error presentation is suitable because the error message is fairly simple and the user can choose to proceed without including an attachment. Don't validate fields before input is complete. In most cases, avoid showing the error until the user has finished with the field and moved to the next field. It can be annoying to see an error message before being given the opportunity to finish typing. When placing an order on the Best Buy, message appeared on the email address field after navigation away from the field. However, going back to fix the error prompts another error to appear on the phone number field, although the user had not started typing in that field. А как тогда сделать? Как тогда сделать? Don't use validation summaries as the only indication of an error. Don't use validation summaries as the only indication of an error. A validation summary is shown at the top of the form and lets the users know that there are any errors that need to be fixed on the page, whether those errors and the viewport are below default. A validation summary can give the user a global understanding of all the errors in the form, but shouldn't be used as the only form of error indication, as it forces the user to search for the field in error. Moreover, the error message may no longer be present in the viewport when the user reaches the error field, thus forcing the user to memorize the error message while fixing the issue. Provided error messages at the top of the form, as well as below the specific fields causing errors. And don't use tooltips to report errors. Tooltips, что это? Вот это? Sometimes used to indicate errors, an alert icon is usually displayed next to the fields in error. And then once users hover on the icon or move focus on in the field, a tooltip or a toast containing their message will appear. Generally, we recommend against this method of signaling errors. First, some alert icons are hard to notice. Second, users may wonder what is wrong with the field without realizing that they can actually see the error message if they take an extra step. Third, why make users work more? Hover over move focus to field in order to see the error message. There is even a single form where displayed is alert icons. Users had to click on each one to see what the problem was, while in this example they are easy to infer. It would be harder to do so with the fields or filled in. Provide extra help for repeated errors. If the same error occurs repeatedly, usually 3 times or more in a single form filling attempt, it is often an indication of a serious problem in that user interface. Quite possibly your error message are insufficiently helpful. But there could also be another mismatch between the design and the user needs. As always, remember that when user make errors, it's not their fault, it's your design that too error prone. It's your design that it's too error prone. I recommend reviewing analytics data for repeat errors and then reviewing or testing the design to try to improve it. A rewritten error message would often be the first thing to try. As more of a band-aid solution, you can also show a link to more detailed help information or documentation after a user has made the same error too many times. Conclusion: error flows should be designed to help users fix their mistakes, inform and advise them how to avoid making more. Ensure that users can easily detect errors, understand how to fix them, and see the error message while correcting the corresponding error. Remove the guesswork and let users get on with their tasks. Goes over several real-world examples of regular expression patterns and walk through what they're doing step by step. This resource can be useful if you don't just want to copy plus paste popular patterns and instead want to know what a pattern is actually doing. Last resource on regular expression that can be helpful is syntax cheat sheet. This cheat sheet does a great job explaining the syntax of regular expression. Так, clearly explained with examples. The blog post was born out of my own frustration and avoidance of the topic of regular expression for the longest time. I was born from my own frustration and avoidance of the topic of regular expression for the longest time. For months, I have been putting off the idea of learning energies because, let's be honest, they can look extremely daunting, especially when you first encounter them. I mean, a string of characters tied together with seemingly no logic behind them whatsoever. Nobody's got time for that. It wasn't until a recent task I got given at work that involved retrieving the elements of a string that I finally gained an appreciation for the power of regular expression. And as it turns out, it's actually not that bad once you understand the fundamentals. So in this article, we'll be explaining the regular expressions, what regular expressions are, introduce some basic regex characters, and most importantly, demonstrate using several practical examples how to perform a regex using the R programming language. Specifically, we will be discussing the concept of capturing groups in regular expressions. If you are more of a Python enthusiast, you can find the button. A regular expression is not a library, nor is it a programming language. That regular expression is a sequence of characters that specifies the search pattern in any given text. A text can consist of pretty much anything from letters to numbers, space characters to special characters, as long as the string follows some sort of pattern. Regex is robust enough to be able to capture this pattern and return a specific part of the string. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty, I think it's crucial that we first go over some of the basics of regular expressions. The examples later eh, the examples later on this article will be a building of some of the main concepts illustrated here, namely characters, groupings, and quantifiers. Escape character. Escape character, any character. Bueno. Digit, not a digit. Word character, not a word character. White space, not white space. A word boundary, not a word boundary. Beginning of a string, end of a string. Groupings. Matches characters in brackets. Matches characters not in brackets. Either or, capturing group. Quantifiers. 0 or more, 1 or more, 0 or 1, an exact number of characters, a range of number of characters. Don't worry if the regi characters above don't make much sense to you now. They merely serve as references for examples that we're about to go through. This section will be focusing on 6 different examples that will hopefully reinforce your understanding of regular expressions. Effectively, we'll be looking at 2 examples with numbers and date, 2 examples with letters, names and URLs, 2 examples with both numbers and letters, email address and address. Before we begin, make sure you have Tidyverse package installed and loaded into your working environment. A phone number. Suppose we have a data frame called phone containing a list of phone numbers as follows. I would like to break up these phone numbers into 3 individual components: area code, exchange, and line number. As we can see, the number patterns are here are not always consistent. They have inconsistent parentheses, hyphens, and spaces. However, with the help of regular expressions, we can easily capture the number groups. First, we will need to define a regex pattern. Phone pattern. Точка, знак вопроса. Что это значит? 0 или 1. Do we interpret this? Well, let's take this step by step, going from left to right. Characters to account for the optional open parentheses. 3-digit characters, first capture group, first 3 digits. Any character. Вообще здесь два вот этих. Вот этот я понял. Вместе. Vector to account for the optional open parentheses. Capturing group. There are more characters to account for the optional closing parentheses. Hyphen and space characters. Second capture group. We can then use the stir match function to retrieve the capture groups using the regex pattern. We have defined and put them into individual columns in the data frame. Что вообще здесь происходит? Original number. We can use this str match function to retrieve the capture group using the regex pattern we have defined. Visual context. Что-то я уже замучился изучать технологии, хочу на Гавайи съездить отдохнуть. Съезди? Почему бы и нет? Так. Ну, хотя да. Съезди в Сочи тогда. По цене будет то же самое. И чё, как там? Так, number. Okay. Date. Suppose we have another data frame called date, which consists of dates with inconsistent delimiters, and we want to extract the dates, months, and years using a very similar approach to the one we just saw with phone numbers. We need to first define a regex pattern, then measure the pattern to the original date column, And finally create a new column for each capture group. First define the regex pattern for dates. Мгм. Так. 2-digit characters first capture day. Single character to account for all special characters. A second. Мне не нравится экология в нашей стране, а насчет пляжей, ну, песочные платные пляжи в Сочи норм. Там людей немного и не так грязно, как на обычных пляжах. А где ты жил? Я бы сказал, в Сочи норм, но я хочу на Балкал, надо съездить. Ну, съесть. Ты вообще как в Сочи, типа, по путевке какой-то? Или просто приехал туда и, и хату снял? Ты вообще в курорте там оказался? Мгм. Я? Не знаю, я куда угодно хочу. Мне вообще без разницы. Э, я бы съездил в Японию. Я 10 назад был в Сочи среди зимы. Я бы в Японию съездил бы. В принципе, я бы куда угодно съездил бы. Мне вообще как-то сути не играет. Мне везде интересно. Но Японию особенно. Я был в Польше, в Турции и в Израиле. И все. Так, так. So far я могу... Да, да, в принципе, везде в Европе прикольно. Я бы просто тур по Европе сделал бы. Кайфанул бы. Ой. So far we have explored two examples of strings they contain only digits, and сейчас проблема в том, что многие страны... Ну, чел, у вас не самая большая проблема, реально. Explore two examples of strings that contain only digits and special characters. Let's now learn how to capture words and letters. Here I have a data frame called name with people's family names, titles, and given names. Нет, я из Украины. Так, let's break up so that they each have their own individual column. З Житомира. Так. Значит, буквы. Не, у меня нет. Так. м, Так, characters first capture group family name. Comma character. Блин, я не понимаю, почему, но здесь везде два слэша. Single capture group title. Ну, конечно, знаю. Как его могу не знать? Single white space character. Получается, на трех языках говоришь, может человека так. Да, так еще и жесткий бонус в том, что э, все словацкие языки в какой-то степени, да, понимаю. То есть польский вообще ультра понятный. Там чешский тоже более-менее. Словацкий. Ну, словацкий же немного сложнее. Но тоже много чего похожего можно найти. Так. Да, на самом деле, если насчет матов, то так-то маты в основном универсальные. То есть я когда в Польше был, то там маты прям были понятны абсолютно все до единого. То есть там нет каких-то... Ну, может, какие-то есть уникальные слова, но их мало кто использует, и в основном все матерятся на интерславянских матах. В capture group. Так, это понятно. Specific special character string. Я столько игрок, конечно, все знаю слова. Блять, как только говоришь, блять, сразу. Ну да, блять, наверное. Ну да, блять, наверное, не интернациональный. Ой, интерславянский. Ну, допустим, там хуй, нахуй, пизда. Типа, поебать. Все в Польше поляки так говорили. Ну, курва, польское слово. А в украинском даже не знаю какой-то такой отдельный мат. Ну-ка. Знаю по-польски. Да-да-да. Тоже есть такое. Естественно. Виталий з Польщі. Західних областей запозичив поляків. Чому ж ми такі унікальні з власною мовою і колоритом використовуємо чужі лайниві слова? Через низку причин українці набрались чужих традицій, звичок, світобачення разом з тим чужих матюків. Так здається лише в нас, а між всіма країнами, які в певний час мають інтенсивний контакт. Йдеться про війни, як перебувають в іноземних військах. Так, автентичні українські матюки. Де вони? Що дристали, ти прислав. Тиць моя радість, ти гімно не роздуй. Блін, топ. Щоб твоя срака по шву розійшлася. Я забыл, как там было. Как-то тип сказал слип. Да-да-да. Завали пеньку, да. Ну, ты типа завали ебало, но на самом деле, ну, это не грубо. Типа, завали пеньку, типа закрой рот, вот этот аналог самый такой. Если мотивироваться серьезным исследованием на тему русского мата, то выяснится, что никакой он не русский, не более русский, чем киевская рысь. Похоже, что матерные слова приходят лексики. Слово «стрелбух», которое пишет на заборах, возводит к общему корню со словом «хвоя», обозначающей веткой «побег». Если помнить, что мужской половой орган в разные времена назывался... Ну, видите, украинский язык, культурный язык. Тут даже маты сложно найти. Шедеврів лайки за слакани цензурної української лексики. Висерки, йди до біса. Ідіть у сраку. Напився з гівна снушки. Насеру твоей матери. Блин, вот это топ. Напийся з гівна юшки. Я думаю, понятно, да? сраці більше розуму маю, ніж ти в голові. Не бзди. При, Прокльонів для негідних опонентів. Підняли і. Щоб ти сказився. Дати опоненту коротку й болючу характеристику. Вилупок. Волоцюга бісів. Вайло. Виродок. Вишкребок. Дурепа. Погань. Покидьки. Курва. Лярва. Найс, найс. Це топ. Шесть. Что значит лярва? Ну, типа курва, шлюха. Так, это мы прочитали. Вот. Так, using the knowledge that we have gained so far about regular expression, let us now look at two final string examples that contain both letters and numbers. Suppose we have a list of emails in a data frame called email. Now generate a regex pattern to match the username, domain name, and domain. Типа группа. Любая буква, цифра, нижнее подчеркивание, либо дефис. One more lowercase letters. One or more lowercase letters, uppercase letters, digits, and special characters including underscore, hyphen, and full stop. First capture group username. Add symbol, one more lowercase and uppercase letters, second capture group, domain name, single full stop character, one plus one or more characters, third capture group, addresses. And of course, I left the best example for last, as this example is identical to what I was doing at work. In efforts to recreate that piece of work here, I have made up a data frame called addresses, with hypothetical addresses. The goal is to retrieve the house number, street name, suburb, state, and postcode. Это жестко. As usual, we need to first define the regex patterns. Pattern. Так, or more digit characters, because some addresses do not have those house numbers. First have capture group, house number. A 0 or 1 white space character. One or more characters, second capture group. comma, single white space, character, one or more characters, the white space, characters, white space, um, two or three uppercase letters, force capture, single white space, и 4 диджита, понял. I hope through the 6 examples they have demonstrated in this blog post, you have not only gained a better understanding of how regular expression work, but more importantly, an appreciation for their flexibility in matching complex string patterns. If you aspire to become a data analyst or are just keen to improve upon your data wrangling skills, I would highly encourage adding regex into your toolkit. For further practice, I recommend checking. Понял. Nice, nice. Реально не так уж сложно казалось. Реально не так уж сложно. Indicates that the following character should be treated specially or escaped. It behaves one or two ways. For characters that are usually treated literally, indicates that the next character is special and not to be interpreted literally. For example, B matches the character B by placing a backslash in front of B. This is by using the character becomes special to mean match or boundary. For characters that are usually treated special, indicates that the next character is not special and should be interpreted literally. For example, is a special character that means there or more occurrences of the preceding character should be matched. For example, means match 0 or more A's. To match literally preceded with a backslash, for example, matches A. Characters like neither have a special meaning when escaped nor when unescaped. The escapes sequence like will be equivalent to their literal unescaped characters equivalents of regular expressions. However, in regular expression with a Unicode flag, this will cause an invalid identity escape error. This is done to ensure backward compatibility. Окей, вот это полезная статья. Это нужно сохранить в полезное. What does the required validation do? То, что поле становится обязательным для заполнения. What validation can you use for checking text length, min length and max length? How can you validate the minimum and maximum of numeric inputs? Min and max. What can you use pattern validation for? Чтобы заставить юзера вводить данные определенным образом. What pseudo CSS selectors are available for styling valid and invalid inputs? Valid pseudo CSS selectors. No. Colon valid, colon invalid. Mhm. The project is is intended to give you a chance to flex some of the new items you have been absorbing over the past few lessons. This time it's a sign up form for an imaginary service. Setup and planning. Set up your HTML and CSS files with some simple dummy content, such just to make sure you have everything linked correctly. Stop your Git repository, refer to past projects, download a full resolution copy of design file and get a general idea of how you're going to need to lay things out in your HTML document. Gather assets. The design has a large background image. So go find and download an image you want to use for that section. The one in the design can be found on, but feel free to select your own. Be sure to credit the creator of your image. Pick an external font for the logo section. We have used Norse Bold, but you can use any font you like. For the image sidebar, we have used the Odin. Some tips. How you attach this project is mostly up to you, but it's wise to begin by scaffolding out the structure of the page and then tackle the various sections one by one. There behind, there behind the Odin logo is a div that has a dark, semi-transparent background color. This enhances the readability of the text against the busy background image. The color we have chosen for the Create Account button is similar to tones found in the background image. Specifically, the inputs by default have a very light border, but we have included two variations for starters. The password inputs should be given an error class. The other variation is the selected input, which should have a blue border and subtle box shadow. The other variation is the selected input, which should have a blue border and subtle box shadow. This can be done with a focused pseudo class. You have learned about it in early lessons. Do not worry about making your project look nice on mobile, but do realize your browser a little bit to make sure. But do resize your browser a little bit to make sure that it's not completely broken at different desktop resolutions. Checking that the password fields match each other requires JavaScript. Try to implement this if you feel confident, otherwise, just validate each field separately. Нифига, чё красиво сделал. Жесть, это чё классно сделал. Ну и что ему не нравится мой email? Челс, что сделал? Так, через грид сделано. А я грид еще не знаю, грид будет следующий. Что он зачитерил? Password. Email. Так а что он не сделал? Type email. А что он не проверяет? Как сделать, чтобы оно сразу проверяло? Как он сделал вот эту проверку, интересно. Через JavaScript как-то может? Ага. Field test, pest tests. Он скопировал. Nice. Nice. Так, сейчас я в туалет схожу. Я не знаю, что делать. Не хочу я сейчас начинать этот проект делать и через час его заканчивать. Так. Ну, мы можем тогда пойти поиграть в игры. Так, а пойдем-ка поиграем. You can safely pass over bear traps by crouching. Вот это так-то nice совет. Так-то неплохой совет. До завтра она, я думаю, загрузит. Нифига, у меня шлем. Откуда он взялся? Вы что, купил случайно? Не понял, что за шлем? Откуда он взялся? А где, как его найти? Это я просто он выбрал. Понял. Буду с кастрюлей ходить, значит. Вот это смешной тоже. Когда-нибудь будет КС, я бы посмотрел на твои навыки. Там навыков ноль, чел. Там ультра ноль навыков. Там уже от навыков ничего не осталось. Надо какой-то прикидончик тоже поприятнее купить. Вот этот нормальный. Да ну не скромничай, ты же говорю. Это было в 2017 году. Я с 2017 года, ну там, ну и практически не играл. Я 2017 закинул игру. И все. Я после 2017 следующий раз сыграл в 2019. Тупо 2 года к игре не притрагивался. В 2019 немного поиграл, там пару месяцев. И опять закинул. И в следующий раз поиграл тоже через года полтора. Так что, ну. Сейчас у меня, ну, я откалибровался пару дней назад. Тоже друзья позвали поиграть, я откалибровался, то мне дали калаша. И все, у меня и калаши разваливают уже. Есть у меня смешневый прикид? О, такие хочу. Сейчас уж это ни во что. Иногда, если позовут. У меня только один друг, который играет в игры на самом деле. Компьютерные. Какие-то онлайновые. Вот. Какие-то онлайновые компьютерные игры. Только один играет. И то редко. И что мы играем? Ну, последний раз играли с ним в КС недавно. Что-то ему захотелось. А, а так ни во что, реально. Играли в марте, играли в этот World of Tanks. А а, остальные играют в игры, которые либо в одиночные, либо в те, которые я не играю из онлайновых. Я могу закастомить эту шляпу? Не могу. Мне броник надо какой-то поприятней. Ну вот этот на 12 откроется, можно взять. По-моему, ну, выглядит стильно, не? Все, можно играть. Ам, Если эту эпоху еще не думали стиль. Да не, я думаю, думали, потому что выглядят они ультра стильно. Думаю, всегда вот это была тема в человеке о том, чтобы как-то выглядеть красиво и выделяться. Да, ищет, конечно, оно долго. Что это? Horde Customization. Ну, нифига. Да, что-то народу не густо. М, так, свои. Враг. Ух ты! Ты прикинь, взял? Бляха. Из-за угла меня. Туда его. Ах ты, правильно. Ты свой. Все, он умер. Ух ты, я же свой. Хилимся. А вон их куча. Падла. Хитрость у меня. Чел у нас 17 на 1 идет. Что за задар? Не понимаю, как я... Что за бред? Как я его не ваншотнул в голову? Домахался, придурок? Как он меня достал? Хилимся, хилимся. Ты свой. В спину, как обычно. Свой, сорян. Да, бля. Кинжалы, можно. Бляха, получил же от своего. Кто меня бьет? Сейчас сгорю на работе. О, изи. Легчайше. Так, я хочу... Наира мне. Вот это мне тайга нравится. А все за Костелло проголосовали. Так мало народу, я не понимаю. Куда его? Ты падла. Ай. And the kids we used to be. Да как он меня достал, я его нет. На. Ах ты падла. Kids we used to be. Чуть наверх залез. Погляди, бросается. Free. Вот они, мрази. Ты падла. Да паскуда. Feel kind of free. We still the kids we used to be. Пиздец, что происходит? Блин, они уже 2 точки захватили. Что ты делаешь тут, дурак? На. Мне даже... А, блин. Ой. Двери открыли. Да заходим в спину. На, бросай в них, правильно. Красава. На. Да харе. Так, ломает гнида. Тебя сейчас сломаю, ты негодяй. Нет. Куда его? Нет, не надо никакой смерти. Дай запрыгнуть. Ага, все. It's a trap. Ловушка. Чел думает, что Я его тиммейтом был. Дай запрыгнуть. Да харе, я ж свой. Дай запрыгнуть. Что за подстава? Как мой запрыгнул? О, вот он. Паскуда, мразь. Отдай! Поехали наверх. А, достал. На, получил. И еще раз сейчас получишь. Как же он хорош. Туда его. Мансуем, мансуем. Заднюю даем. Надо в него камень, кстати, кинуть. Да, челы тоже догадались. Тут тоже... О, камень. Блин. Погляди. Сюда. Где ты, паскуда? Лови. Негодяй. Угу. Косорукий. Эх, почти. Тут никого. Я им сейчас скину здесь. Блин, ни по кому не попадаю этими камнями. О, вон чел стоит. Не, мне кажется, это ультра тупая позиция. Ну и где они? А, вон. Давай, давай. Не, я хочу их камнем придавить. Хоть раз. Ладно. Че у меня розовые черевички пропали? О, привет. Ты падла. Убит, хорош. Ты чего в спину? Хорош, пацаны. Как я промазал, прям возле уха. Как он меня достал? Кидайте, кидайте, пацаны, кидайте. Говном, камнями всем кидайте. О! Хорош. Ай! Ай, ай, ай. Мочи его спину, хорош. Хорош, красава. Хилимся. Вот клоун. Иди сюда. Масленок. Как? Ебать, въебал, блядь. Да нет, свои. Дайте хпшку. Иди сюда, негодяй. В спину, хорош. Так вот. По-мужски с ним. На, в спину, да, крыса? Только так и можешь. На. Куда? И туда. Тут свои. Свой. Вон, прорывается. Разбийник. Хорош. А каких-то других найти идти. В ловушке. Вот. Клоун. Ты падла. Все, смерть. Ничтожество. Вот этой штукой нужно будет попробовать. Что ты какой-то красивая? Тоже хочу такой скин. Стрелять в меня? Куда? Я свой, дурак. Ты что, дурак? Что за тиммейты тупые? Блядь, дебил. Я здесь был этот. Клонился. Легчайший. Мы что-то проигрываем. Чуть ширную не получил. А, куда? Вдвоем, да? Клоуны. Что вы там делаете? Да, долбоёб. Убит и унижен. Ты боишься, да? Он свой же убил. Я свой же убил. Нет, не прощаем. Стреляй в него, хорош. Долбоёб. Махает. Что ты там махаешь? А, Жесть. Да, я прям к ним на респу зашел. На, я не пойду к ним на респу опять. БЦ смерть. Вот он. Хорош. Блять, мразь стреляет сверху. Стреляй, хорош. Хорош. Тури. Пойдем-ка их со спины. Я думаю, они этого не ожидают. Эх, я прям у них на респе. Блять, курва. Дымовуху кинули. Раскид сделали. Уничтожен. Ой, не та сторона. Свой. Да ударь его уже. Вот мразь с луком. Его нужно мочить. Че ты заднюю включила, а? Секунд. Ты падла. Ага. Лярва. Лярва. В спину его сейчас. Как он мочит? Мразь, какой же он мразь! Давай, чё? Вот ты мразь. Получи и распишись. Хилимся. Это шкет. И разрабам же не было ради прикола добавлять этот перк. Реально. Чисто по фану добавили. Блин, где враги? Все. Стамина кончилась. Ай, промазал. Ай. Блядь. Блядь, мразь. М. Поднимай, поднимай, чё. Хорош. Защищаем. Они что-то делают там. Какие-то непотребства. Блядь, нихуя он мне. Настя вышел. Хорош. Блин. Хорош. Хорош. Блин. Favorite saints. Раз. Как он с 3000 в голову не подох? Не вещи наши воруют. Че за хуйня? Пацаны, держите, держите, 50 секунд. Не нужно продержаться. Everything's... Хорош, держим. Держим, держим. Мы их не пропустим. Пошел он к черту. Свой. Давайте, 25 секунд. 25 секунд. Хилка. Какая же мразь. Взял так подло. Может, какого-то другого попробовать, чё? Что немного уже надоело за копейщика. 75. Этот чел неплохой. Everything. Ой, на этой карте ни разу, кстати, не был. Куда тут нужно идти? Ого, кони. А это нужно бить или что? Это нужно убить? А, да. Ой, они уже со спины идут. Ну и где они? Сейчас попаду по-любому. Знать бы хотя бы, куда оно летит. Опа. Ой, вдвоем, как крысы. Kill the king. А, все? Найс, весь режим. Найс, наигрались. Что это знаки значат? А, типа invasion. А, это маленькая карта. Я не хочу, мне надоело. Мне надоело. Мне надоело. А, блин. Да вообще что-то ни во что не хочется играть. Вообще ни во что не хочется играть. Думаю, стоит заценить Лану Дель Рей. Новый альбом. Нравится. А, можно так взять еще, да? Мне это не нравится. Это слишком скучно, на самом деле. Ультра медленная. Спать хочется. Вообще ноль. Ничего не цепляет. Вот что же поинтереснее. Father Джон Мисти. Он чё, священник? Ой. Не, он походу не священник все-таки. Кажется, единственная нормальная песня. Опа, что-то интересное. Опа, опа. Во-во-во. Ты это крутая. Ты это мне нравится. Да ё, хватит. So it's for giving birth to this beautiful creature. Вот как. Я только хотел спросить, как вообще люди приходят к таким маскам. Вот здесь чел просто нарисовал. Этот чел. The world's leading silicon mask and silicon creature company. Жесть. Выглядит жестко. Блин, стрёмно. О, это The Last of Us. Бля, я не могу понять. Это Сьют тоже. Жесть. Бля, вот это круто, эти мужики делают. И девочки. Ты погляди, сколько этих масок. Что такое? Some fun musical projects have been involved with over the last few years, Ghost. Да, это круто. Это круто. To our clients and friend, the band Ghost. The band Ghost. Интересно, что они делают. The, this is Ghost. Они просто Ghost называются. У меня даже есть песни их. Лол. Сейчас в туалет схожу. Это все такси, на самом деле. Что интересно. Надо пойти кушать все-таки приготовить. Это тоже прикольно. Что-то я аж прям залип, что-то задумался о своем. Это ультра хороший знак для песни. Блин, как они вообще к этим идеям приходят? Ой, это жесть. Там просто миллиарды этих масок. Ты погляди. Тут вообще WWE. Ладно, пойду приготовлю поесть. Так. Яйца варить? Жесть. Да. Вот он. Waarom? Да, этот кал 3D-шный, это пипец. Топ, топ.
Kasparov. Да.
А позже я не успел прочитать. Гейдар Алиев, руководитель Азербайджаном, и входил в политбюро во времена СССР. Позже стал президентом независимой страны. Сейчас президент Азербайджана. Я депутат Единой России в Госдуме. За звание чемпиона мира 85-го шел до 6 побед. Каспар проигрывал Карпову 0-5. Но сократил разрыв до 3-5. После этого глава Международной Федерации шахмат Флоренс остановил матч без объяснения объявителя победитель. Бля, я уже все поплыл. Объяснив, что исчерпаны физические и психологические ресурсы не только участников матча, но и всех 6. Дал большое интервью западно-германскому журналу Spiegel, в котором обвинили шахматную федерацию СССР в поддержке Карпова любыми средствами. За 3 недели до старта матча должно было состояться заседание федерации, на котором планировалось решение о дисквалификации Каспарова. Его спас заведующий отделом пропаганды ЦК КПСС Александр Яковлев, убедивший руководство страны в том, что матч должен состояться. Вымерла интеллигенция. Так, к еще большему своему стыду, я как-то под влиянием того, что мой товарищ сидел под обстрелом в Свинхали, написал в 2008 году пост с оскорбительным эпитетом в адрес грузин. За это я извинился и извиняюсь снова. С 2014 года в ВК РФ есть статья «Призывы к нарушению территориальной целостности». По ней не назначалось реальные тюремные сроки. Несмотря на это, многие публичные люди, которые жили и работали в России, называли Крым аннексированной территорией Украины. Может, ЗУ привели к 25 лишению свободы, признав виновным сразу по нескольким статьям о распространении фейков про российскую армию, об осуществлении деятельности нежелательной организации государства. М. Война это худшее, с чем человек может столкнуться в жизни. Любая война, где угодно, в том числе эта война. Войны не просто убивают бесценные жизни, войны убивают надежды и чаяние. Замораживают или разрушают отношения и связи. Я думаю о мирных жителях Украины, включая многих игроков, которые находятся в опасности и не могут участвовать в соревнованиях или даже думать о шахматах во время войны. Выступил на заседании Совета Безопасности ООН, предоставив доказательства того, что Ирак скрывает от международных инспекторов оружие массового поражения. Позже Паули признал, что данные было во многом неточным, а иногда и сфальсифицированным. Хм. Mm.
Думаю, это все может быть, если задержка есть. Слушай, хочешь? Сейчас буду что-то смотреть. Посмотри, может, ты что-то найдешь, что я там. После 10, потому что у меня еще где-то до 10, наверное, я пойду, может, чуть меньше.
Ой, конечно, сложно что-то комментировать и спорить с человеком, с которым те взгляды очень сильно пересекаются. Типа, ну чел все по факту говорит, что. Там не добавить, не отнять. Ладно, на этом все. Всем спасибо за компанию.